Oh, hi there. It's Tuesday. Welcome to the channel. And I am going to finish the Tsume 5 of 5 puzzle set here on playshogi.com. Link is in the YouTube show notes, and I might as well paste it into Twitch chat in case anyone wants to follow along. There it is. And yeah, this has been slow going, and some streams have taken a long time just to get a few problems done. But I am on 39, and there are 52 problems in this set, so I think I should be able to complete it today. Hey, Tulip, nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning for me. Oh, boy. Oops, I just accidentally clicked on something. Trying to get back to where I was. Ah, 5 a.m. counts. It certainly counts. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we've got a pawn here. Pawn drop would be mate. A pawn drop on 3-5. Which means we need to find the mate. We can't bring the dragon up to 2-3 because the king runs to 3-5 and there's no way to block it in, I think. Or is that true? Takes, comes down. Oh no, I take here, the king can run. So I can't just drop the pawn right now. So I think the idea is maybe I can sack this bishop. Maybe I can sack the bishop to push the king up. Yeah, so if I sack the bishop here, if I sack the bishop on 4-4, king can't take because the lance. So the pawn has to take. Then I drop the pawn on 3-5. King is forced to go up to 3-3. I think, yes. And then the dragon goes to 3-3, and that's mate. But why is that bishop there? Why is the bishop on 4-1? Send me a good morning. Good morning. All right. Well, let's do it. Let's solve it. Bishop 4-1 to avoid silver 2-3 promote. Oh, okay. Silver 4. Yes, there it is. Yeah. Wait, no. 2-3 no promote. I guess it would be. Did I watch the Fukuma game? No. No, I didn't. Hey, TzionCannon, nice to see you. You're busy with work and rewatching Sangatsu. Oh, now I want to watch. Now I want to rewatch, especially those first few episodes. Emperor Rex, good day, good to see you. Tortupi, yes. Yesterday, Scuda Skits gave 27 gifted subs. And an anonymous viewer gave a gifted sub, and TzionCannon gave a $5 donation. Yeah, that show for me is such a. It's like a chill. I'm old, so I shouldn't be using the word chill, but it's just a relaxing kind of show. I can just sit there, relax, grab a cup of tea, and sit there. Oh gosh! Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, TzionCannon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, TzionCannon gave 8 last week. Don Vito Shogi gave it the 5 yesterday. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm terrible. So back to the Fukuma thing. You know, Fukuma was the basis. Her shogi was the basis for my Nakabisha play, and she's the first pro that I've cared in the slightest about. Oh, and now Yloigh with an $8 donation on Ko-fi. Thank you. Goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so generous. So generous. And those Ko-fi donations, they go almost 100%. They go at a very high percentage directly into the person you're supporting's pocket. For the wins yesterday. Yesterday's wins were good. I'm still jazzed up about the Yagura game, where the Yagura game that I won against the Tudan. I'm still feeling good about that. That got me going. I need to be careful that it doesn't make me overconfident, because sometimes I think like I was on my walk this morning and I was thinking about it. And I was thinking like, okay, well, now it's clicked. How many times have I said this? Now it's clicked. Now it's clicked. So the next stream, I'm just going to be ready to go. And that's when those 10-minute or 10-second streams just fall apart. You met, wait, on Lichess. So on Lichess, you met a person interested in learning shogi? Really? I'm stunned that you don't have comments turned off. It sounds like a lot of people recommend turning off chat because sometimes it gets a little aggressive. But actually meeting someone in Lichess and then having this interest in shogi is awesome. It reminds me of the old Call of Duty days, the very old days. Call of Duty 2, not Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 3, and then the beta for Modern Warfare. The people were just talking, and it really was a different era. It was a different era. People were just, it was fun. It was fun. Everyone's nice to you except for the flag, political stuff. Yeah, I mean, but political stuff is so huge these days all over. You mentioned you were playing shogi earlier. Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. You should say, oh, and there's this streamer out there. He's handsome and he's funny and he's a great player, and this shogi streamer. Black Ops and Modern Warfare 1 were the best for you. Those were good days. Those were really good days. Yeah, exactly. It's TzionCannon. That was going to be my punchline, is that it's Koshiro. So, Battlefield. Oh, Battlefield 2 was also fun online. I remember squatting up with people in Battlefield 2. Well, I'm talking about, actually, I'm not talking about Battlefield 2. I'm talking about Bad Company. Battlefield Bad Company, and I think Bad Company 2, maybe? I don't recall. But maybe Battlefield 2. I don't remember all the differences with the Battlefields. But I do remember just squatting up with random people and just having a great time on the mic. You know, these would have been the Xbox 360 days. So I'm not sure if Battlefield 2 was there, but this was I feel that the peak of the sort of community and voice mic kind of era was Xbox 360. And it was just fun. I mean, it was just... It was... even when people were being, like, annoying, it was still funny. Gosh, I remember this one Gears of War argument that the guy was saying. They were just arguing. They were arguing about strategy. And the guy's like, you know, well, I make X $1,000 a year, and the other guy's like, and the other guy was saying his salary. So they were like arguing by saying their salary. So like that was as bad as it got, like that I recall in those days. But it was just like, oh my gosh, these guys are arguing and trying to win the argument by listing their salary. You recently encountered a trash-talking fella on Lee Shogi. Never saw that before in Shogi. It was fun. I mean, occasionally on 81 Dojo, we've seen some trash talkers, but yeah, it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. But you know, sometimes I have to say, I think sometimes that kind of stuff does give a little flavor if it's done kind of, if it's done in a little bit of a subtle way, you know, like trash talking can be annoying, but sometimes it can actually be funny. And you know, it's all about knowing kind of the meaning behind it or whatnot. But you know, sometimes, like I said, I think different things, they add flavor. They add flavor. Like this example that I gave of the Gears of War argument where they're busting out their salaries, as if anyone could verify any of this over Xbox Live. Oh, you got trash talked by a 16-year-old at a chess tournament. Do you enjoy playing kids at tournaments, or do you prefer those Alto tournaments? What is Alto? At least, I think the Alto tournaments, I think it stands for at least 21. So all the participants have to be at least 21. The best trash talk was always on War Thunder or CSGO. People didn't pull any punches, and half of it was in a language you didn't even understand. Yeah, exactly. I make between $20,000 and $2 million. Oh man, yeah. It was fun, and it almost felt, and I'm not sure, but it almost felt like they were both sort of being tongue in cheek. You know, they weren't necessarily like, you should follow my Gears of War strategy because, you know, I make blah 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 blah. I think he was trying to, like, I don't know. I just remember it was fun. But anyway, about the Fukuma stuff, you know, I think I'm in the minority here. Control Room Q, hello, welcome to the channel. I am probably in the minority here on the Fukuma stuff. So as someone who, you know, my game, like I've said, you know, I based my early Nakabisha game on Fukuma when she was known as Satome. And let me allow this. And so she is the first and one of the only professionals that I give even, like, the slightest darn about, like, that I care about. You know, I'm not huge into the pro game, but I do care about Satome, you know, now Fukuma. But that said, I cannot find the hype. I cannot find the excitement for this event. It feels like it's already, it feels like this event has already been like 6 months in the making. My hype for it is just gone. It's taken so long to get this first game started, and now the next game won't be for another 3 or 4 weeks. It's just like, it's this long drawn out process that I cannot find myself caring about. Like, maybe once she has 2 wins, or if she has 2 wins, maybe then I'll be excited for the final game. But even then, there's so much downtime. Like, it feels like this event has been scheduled for at least 6 months. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like this event has been scheduled for at least 6 months. Control Room Q. This is the Fukuma Pro exam. So it's so anticlimactic now that the game has actually started. I just don't find myself caring. And it's kind of an unfortunate situation that the only reason I'm even caring at this point anymore is that I want her to win so that Nishiyama doesn't become a pro by the backdoor method, which is the Hakurai title. I just don't like that method. I don't think that's a good method to become pro, and I don't think it does the women's game any justice or any good. I don't think it does anyone any good to be given achievements. So I'm hoping that, you know, we get the honest to goodness promotion from Fukuma for that reason. But other than that, the event itself is just so. It's just it feels like it feels like this has been going on forever. So you have no hope. I don't know about that. Like, this first player, it's a young kid. You know, it's like anyone that would have just recently promoted. It's some god of shogi. It's such a strange format. It really is. But you know, who knows? Who knows? You know, my thinking has always been that you know, she's a Nakabisha player, so these guys know how to play against Nakabisha. Can you give me a shogi hot take? You can always give a shogi hot take. I accept all hot takes. Oh, it's the way she lost? You spent yesterday evening trying out different castles, and you've come to the conclusions. Here it comes. Here it comes. Castles suck. Just push pawns and attack. You know, I think there's some truth to that. I do think there's some truth to that. Castles, the thing is, though, if you make a castle, it allows you to do a lot of pawn pushing. And, you know, it gives you time to make some attacks. Yeah. All right. All right. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is, you know, I think, you know, in my vision, what I would like is something like this. You know, something like this here. Or actually, it would be more like, you know, the dream is something like this. Castles are okay, overcastling sucks. that's the words of wisdom right there. So can we sack here? Do something like this? No, we cannot. You know, we don't really have many checks. We don't have many checks here. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. So from a first move perspective, this is the easiest. From a first move perspective, this is the easiest problem that we have had I think, in all of these mate and fives. Capybara, this is interesting. You say the first thing we have to root out in new players that come to the club is an incessant need to castle, no matter the circumstances. Really? Wait, really? Really? Wait, we have gold? Oh, I didn't even notice we had a gold in hand. Okay, okay, I didn't even notice we had the gold in hand. So I'm a little blind today then. Okay, okay. Very good. I have never... This is the first time I've ever heard of somebody trying to get beginners to castle less. Yeah, gold 5-2 definitely looks good backed by the horse, the knight. My guess is it cannot be this because it looks too strong. They read online, play few games against weaker bots or 2 on 81 Dojo, and get a feeling they need a castle, always resulting in every club game they play them being rolled over while they try to build Yagura. Yeah, I could see that happening. So for that reason, when I am playing a new player, I will often not push the rook pawn so forcefully. I will often give them like room to make their castle, and maybe this is not serving them well. I don't know, but that move that I call the rite of passage, where the rook pawn breaks in on the second file, and just sort of just destroys their position. I think a lot of people will castle rather than defend that, and that always gets difficult. Yeah, when you castle in chess, it's almost always I don't know much about chess. I watch a lot of chess. I'm not a good chess player, but it seems to me that when you castle in chess, it's almost always at least not a bad move. And often it's great. Because you can't castle if you haven't developed your pieces. Like, you simply can't castle if you haven't already developed a couple pieces. Okay, so we need to solve this one. This one's taken me too long now. We need to solve this. So the lance moves are not it. The lance moves are not it. The dragon can just take. I think the dragon just takes. Or the king takes. No. Wait. So if the king took, we could double check. King runs. That would be mate with bishop. All right, so let's not king take. If we dragon take, this is there's not. I think there's nothing there. This is a good problem because it's so wide open. It's forcing me to really see all these open squares. I'm gonna guess it's possible I won't solve this one. We should teach lighter castles such as crab for static versus static, boat for static versus ranging rook, and half Mino for ranging rook. Interesting. Yeah. Oniguma is no good for beginners. Yeah, I do think my take and you know my less educated take is that if you spend a lot of time making your castle, it might help your win rate in the early days. It might. But I think you're not going to learn enough shogi. Or maybe you will. I don't know. But I don't like shogi. My sense is I don't get shogi is not a defensive game. Maybe that's wrong. You'd promote the knight. So if we promote the knight, king has to take. Doesn't have to, but has to. Yeah, if the king doesn't take, it's mate with gold drop 4-2. Just straight up. So takes. Gold drop. King runs. Dragon. Block. Dragon. So that would be mate. So if we promote, king takes. Gold drop 6-3. King 4-1. King 4-1. And this there's no point here because there's a block. There's the block on 7-4. And there's no other meaningful way to check. So I think that loses. So let's try with the gold. There's only one move. There's only one move, which is 4-3. We go with the dragon, which exposes the check. If the dragon takes the bishop, then we just bring our dragon in, and that to 5-3, and that's mate. But they block with a pawn. So if we drop the gold, king comes forward. We do this. They block the. They drop with the pawn. I think that's it. That ends it. That ends it. We can't take because the knight is guarding it. So. Can we do anything else? Can we do anything else? You know, we can expose the check somewhere else. So how about... So we get the check. King cannot run. So if they block, it's dragon 3/4. If they take, it's dragon 3/4. Wait, no. If they take, we have no check anymore here. The king can run out this way. So can we go to the other side? So gold drop. Come over here. If the dragon takes, we check. The gold will be on 5-2. So that is mate. If they block, that is also mate. So I think that's it, right? That's a cool one. That's a cool one. My only issue with this problem is that this move is... Maybe that's not an issue. Maybe that shouldn't be an issue. I was going to say that this move is... Like, this is one of the main candidates that you would look at. And I think a lot of Tsumeshogi problems, they make you make a weird move. Hey, Foradur, nice to see you. What if Dragon moves to 7-4 instead? Okay, well, you guys saw it. So Capybara and TzionCannon. So you both saw it before I did. You both saw it before I did. Okay, moving on to problem 41. Yeah, so are you all really hyped about the Fukuma thing? I'm curious. I'm curious if I'm sort of just alone in my meh-ness of the whole thing. This is an interesting one. Boy, they've got a dragon and a rook. Dragon and a rook. Famously bad defenders. So I think one thing, what I'm looking to do here, I think this is going to be it. So I think this is going to be it. And the reason I think that is that I want to... I want to be able to sack this piece. So if we drop the gold on 3-4, there's no option. Dragon has to take. So that ends this square. We bring the horse over to 2-2. Hi, good girl. Oh, I caught you and then you ran away. You were embarrassed. Oh, come on, Atari. Come on, good girl. You were scratching the post so nicely. You think it's a good move? You think it's a good twist that it makes you do the obvious move? You dismissed it first because it looks too... Yeah, so that's like the meta of Tsume. I think sometimes they need to give you one that the obvious first move is the actual first move. Like... Yeah, like a responsible Tsumeshogi author, I think, has to try to make sure that you don't get in the habit of looking for the crazy moves before you look for the good moves. You think it's more watchable than other pro-level content? watchable. I mean, it's still I agree. It's more watchable than those other title matches. It's still very long. But like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here. I think my mehness, like my lack of enthusiasm for the event, I think stems from the fact that it feels like this event has been going on for at least 6 months already. Like, it's so anticlimactic at this point that the match actually started that, like, I was hyped when she qualified, but it feels like that was half a year ago. And now it's like, okay, so it's happening. But I still won't know the result for months. Like, you know, each game has so much time in between. Flying Parrots, will I play today? Good to see you. I think potentially I will at the end. Right now I'm doing a bunch of Tsumeshogi and chatting, but potentially later we'll have some games. Mako, good to see you as always. Guilty Atari. She was definitely guilty Atari. So if I drop here, Dragon takes, I do this. Is this a mate in 5 though? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Oh, 6. No, you can go out this way. You can go out this way. Okay, so that's not it. So that is not it. It's been 3 months since JSA accepted the application. What do they need an application for? I guess she had to do it, but yeah, she had to decide whether or not to do it or not. Yeah, this is Play Shogi. So here is the link to the current problem set and the problem. Mr. 10x54, hello. Yeah, Shogi Club 24 is gone. Shogi Club 24 closed its doors on December 31st, 2025. I guess technically January 1st. What if I promote here? What if I, not promote, what if I check here? They block. No. Hi, good girl. You're gonna come back? You're just running around? Atari's doing a bunch of running. All right, let's look at this. I think the king could just run here. Wait, no. If the king runs, then we get the gold drop. That would be mate. So the horse has to take, or the dragon has to take. Dragon takes. And then this is hanging, so that's not going to end it. This is a tough one. This is tough. So I need to iterate all the moves now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Tough. Yeah, I was very excited about both ideas here, and I think they each fail. Wait, no. Let's look at this again. Oops. Gold drop 3/4. Dragon takes. Now this is a problem. Now this square is still up. This escape square is still a problem. I don't think we can just straight up drop this here, because I think the king can take. Can we block this? Can we block this square? So... No, the king can just run then. The king can just run here then. First rook promotion? You mean horse... the bishop promotion. Yeah, so if we do this first... Wait, the bishop promotion is what I said first. Bishop promotion... Dragon takes. And then how are we going to stop this? You know, we can do this, but that leads the king up here where he's aiming at 4-1. Yeah, we definitely need to cut this off. Definitely need to cut this off. But it's we don't have a great way to cut it off, because if we drop it now, the king is just going to come out. What's this? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm not seeing it. I think I've mostly done all the like this. I don't think there's any follow-up from this. I think I've discarded this. I've discarded this. Mostly discarded this. Discarded this. Discarded this. Well, if the Lance takes, it's mate. So if we drop the gold on 3-2 and the Lance takes... No, it isn't. No, it isn't, because horse... Dragon takes... This is not mate. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, if the Lance takes. Yeah, so if the Lance takes... If the Lance takes, then we do this. King can't take because the token's guarding it, but the dragon can take... And at that point, we can just drop the gold, and the king is stuck. But if the king takes... If the king takes... Oh, if the king takes, we just take with the bishop. Oh, boy. No, we don't. No, we take with the pawn? Hold on. All right, we take with... So, king takes... Pawn takes. King 3-3. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. So if the king takes... If the king takes... Bishop takes, king goes forward, and then we get both diagonals. Okay. I'm convinced on this one. Very good. Very good. Nice. Hey, Surgebringer, welcome. Gold 3-2 runs... Oh, king runs to 4-4. Good skits. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you again for yesterday. Yep, just doing some Tsume here. King drop, gold drop 3-2. King runs. If king runs, then we get the gold drop. So if the king would have run, we just would have gotten the gold drop mate right there. Mocha Kanai. Hello? Alright, so that was 41. Let's move on to 42. Actually, before I move on to 42, I need to get some more tea. My hand is getting really cold, and I'm out. So I will be right back, and I'll just leave this up. I'll just leave this up with the music. Tea time, exactly. I was just thinking about an analogy, and I don't know if this analogy holds. So someone call me out if it doesn't. But I'm trying to think about that sort of the hype killing of that extended period between matches. It's like, imagine if Wimbledon is a best of 5. So for the final match, best of 5 sets. Imagine if they're like, okay, we finished one set. Now let's wait a week in between, or let's wait a couple days even in between, until the next set, and you split out this final into a week instead of a day. I think it would just kill all the excitement and the hype, and I think the same thing is happening with this pro exam, where it took so long just to get the first game, and now that there's been the first game, I can't even get excited about the possibility of the next one because it's not going to happen for another few weeks. It's getting cold. Time to heat up some barchich. What is barses? You're going to heat up some Barks root beer. Does anyone drink? Can you drink hot root beer? Could you... Could you heat up pop soda? Or would that be completely gross? You just watched the exam game 1. Her opponent was actual Kishin. Yeah, he's like a 17-year-old. He's some 17-year-old god. Hey, DrLennon, good to see you. You say the main difference is that it's not on the schedule beforehand, so the games need to be scheduled around the other games that are already on the schedule. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand the excuses for why it's so lame. But, like, to me, they've got to solve that. To me, there has to be a solution there. There's got to be a solution. As far as I'm concerned, it's just not, there's no excitement. I mean, for me anyway, but again, you know, I'm just a Westerner and maybe everyone else is fine with it. It's just, it kills all the hype for me. And to the point where I honestly, I just don't care. Because she qualified for this pro exam, like, it felt like mid last year. And we're just now getting the first game. And I know that I can't even get invested in this first game because even if she wins, it's going to be like a couple months before, you know, this is going to come to a conclusion. Yeah, yeah. So this is you pointing to all the title matches being this way. I think that's also, and again, you know, I don't want to just come in here and be like, you know, the existing stuff is bad, you know, and I don't like it. It's just, I'm just saying it's not for me. Like, you know, the title matches, I have very little hype for those title matches, very little excitement for those title matches because there are so many titles, and the title matches have so much time in between games. It just feels like there's no continuity to me. There's no flow of these events to me. So I have no care about them. And I'm just surprised there's not even like one of these titles that does it differently. Barchich, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a spicy beetroot soup foten. I don't know what a foten is. It's drunk or eaten with small meat dumplings. 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 Oh my gosh. I think across food cultures, I don't think there's a dumpling that I don't love. I don't think you cannot make a dumpling that I will not devour. And now I'm thinking of food. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Now I'm thinking of food. We have a little bit left over in the fridge from Sunday night. We made, it might sound gross, but there's a recipe of viral, like viral, not virus, like viral, like meme, but it's called viral dumpling lasagna. So it's a lasagna made with essentially like pot sticker ingredients. So it's you ground the pork in there, the lasagna, the pasta is wrappers, is cooked wonton wrapper. And it may sound absurd, and but it was so good. It was so good. I'm almost embarrassed to mention it among sophisticated people. With sophisticated company, I'm almost embarrassed to admit it, but it was actually good. When there are so many titles, titles barely mean anything. Look at the Oza title match. Who's the Oza right now? Probably, I don't know. Probably Fuji. Yeah, totally. I think he's not the Oza, though, right? Didn't Ito win the Oza? Ito is Ao, and I think Oza. This is a packed little problem here. Okay, so how are we gonna mate in this one? This music's going a little ham right now. The check and chase way. I'm going to say the check and chase is horse 4-3. Horse 4-3, king 2-2. What if we pull the rook? We pull the silver. Well, you can't do that. No promote. Or okay, I think I see. I think this is going to be it. I think this is going to be it. Rook 2-2. Silver has to take. Well, no, now the king has this square. So if I come up to silver, king can't run this way because of the horse over to 3-4. But the king can go up here. So, rook, silver. Who is the current USA champ? The current United States shogi champion is I believe he is a Japanese citizen living in Vancouver. It's a Canadian. It's a Canadian. It's a Sato-san. His name is Sato. He was the runner-up in 2024, and he won in 2025. He is a member of the Vancouver Shogi Club, but I believe I have been told that he is a Japanese citizen. Which is why he did not qualify as the ISF rep for Canada. Oh, Lithuanian, you put stuff in alongside grated beets and soup happens. Topped with sour cream. Just that little bits of imagery makes me want some. It's kind of a chilly day here today, a little more chilly than it's been in the past couple days. And so eating something like that just is it's really I would love to eat some of that right now. Okay, so how am I going to do this? How am I going to solve this problem if my idea doesn't work? I can't I can't make my idea work here, and I can't come up with another idea. So this is not, I don't think this is on the same lines, but I am, I have a lot of Hungarian background, and one of the things, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this, but this is how we say it in Cleveland, our family. It's called Székely Gulyás, and it's there's like sour, there's lots of stuff. There's lots of stuff, and then there's this. It's not dumpling, but it's. I can't put it into words. I can't put it into words. I can taste it and I can see it, but I can't. I'm struggling to put this into words. You're going to play a fast-paced shogi tournament in 2 weeks. Oh, you'll wear the jumper. But you don't play Nakabisha. That's fine. That's fine. You'll psych them out. Oh man, what are you calling a fast-paced tournament? So what are the time controls? Yeah. "20 minutes with 40-second Byoyomi? Wait, you're calling that fast? You're calling that fast? Man. That's way faster than the US Shogi Championships time control. Wow. Hungarians made it, and everyone who came in contact with it loved it so much they adopted it into national cuisine. Yeah, capybara. Yeah, the minimum accepted for ranking by FISA. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen those rules. And I think I've commented that in the past. Like the United States Shogi Championship, our time controls would not even qualify for rating by FISA. It forces tournaments to go for a long time. I think 20 plus 40 is probably a good time control. You know, we play 1040, 540, 1540. I like them all. You know, there are certainly moments where I would like to have 60 seconds Byoyomi, but overall the games move. So I think I need to. The problem is I think there are going to be so many moves here. 1, 2, 3, and each of those can be doubled because of the promotion. 1, 2, 3. So that's 6, and now 7, 8. Okay, so we only have 8. What if we just jam this in? What if we just jam this in? If we jam this in, knight takes. Silver takes, promotes. King goes to 2-2. Horse 3-3. King 1-2. Yeah, I think that's a run. You still remember last game of the day 2 years ago in Cracovia? Polish championship, or Polish champ and the European champ went against each other for 2.5 hours on 30-second Byoyomi. People wanted to go home but were held hostage. Yeah, at least yeah. The hostage spectator is a very undiscussed topic in Shogi, and I guess chess or whatever, probably be similar. Yeah, the hostage spectator, when the game just keeps going on and on and on. So it was the last game. That's interesting. It was the last game, and so you wanted to finish it out. So in the United States, if a game goes over, if a game goes too long, a pro will just decide who won. A pro will just decide this player wins. But I don't know if it was in the final game, if that would happen. Because we have the hall for a limited amount of time. And so if we run up against that time and there's no amount left in the final game, I wonder. Yeah. I don't think any happened. As far as I remember, there were none of those decisions in 2025. In 2024, Muse, Shogi Kingdom, you know, he was playing a very strong player from New York, and they just kept going on and on. And my understanding is a pro, Ono 7 Dan, came in and decided the winner. And the loser of that game handled it with tremendous grace. You say we wouldn't do that in the finals because there are no games that need to be played after. But don't we have that playing hall, at least in Los Angeles, don't we have that playing hall only until like 5 p.m.? I was under the impression or something that there was a hard stop on the hall. But maybe there wasn't. Maybe there wasn't. Capybara, yeah. You would have a riot if a pro decided. There would be violence. They weren't in an impasse. But what would happen? What would have happened, Capybara, if they would have Sinich'd? Yeah, the venue owner, the organizer clearly had some blackmail. So what's... I'm going to make this move. I'm going to make this move. Okay. I'm going to also make this move. I need to get out of this problem. This problem is taking me too long. Everything that looks like it could work to me is not working. Rai, hello, hello. Nice to see you. If both reach the other side, there are FISA rules for deciding a winner. Wait, if... Wait, FISA plays with different impasse rules? If the winner cannot be decided, it's a draw. A game is replayed and switch colors. Yeah. Boy, that's... I mean, then everyone is... everyone is still held hostage. Wow, wow. So the Polish player is one of those slower type of players. Where they're what I would call a grinder. Yeah. That same player that I mentioned that lost the game against Shogi Kingdom in the judgment against by the pro. In the very first round of the event, his first round game went halfway into the second round, and I was his second round opponent. So I waited for basically half the round while he finished his first round game. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it'd be an exaggeration to say multiple games in the second round had actually finished by the time he finished his first round game. But I could be misremembering that. I think some people just have that very solid, very tenacious playing style. And then they use the clock. Okay, so we have... excuse me. We have 2 pieces in hand, which means we have to drop both of them. So 2 of our moves have to be drops. The rook here is protecting against this. So if the rook wasn't here, we would drop. King would go over here, and then we would drop. And that would be mate. Well, I guess if we dropped, the king could go this way. Yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be mate. On Shogi Wars, when you check your rank on your profile, what does the this month rank mean? So, my understanding is, and I would bring it up, this layout that I have here for PlayShogi.com will not work with my Shogi Wars, and I don't have another Shogi... I'm in a different OBS layout, so I apologize that I can't easily bring up Shogi Wars here, but... They reset every month, you know, starting at the beginning of the month, they reset that Dan queue. So that's the general level of what you've been playing. So, you know, it's a measure of the level of the players who you beat. I think it starts at like, it might start at 10Q and then every win It's basically it's a lot like the regular rating system. It just resets every month. I generally find it to be pretty worthless. Let me see what mine is this month. Let me see here. Yeah, so if you look at mine, it's, what is this? It's like 1.12 Dan for 10 minute. And then 3 minute, which I have not played, is 9Q. So I have not played 3 minute this month. So it starts at 9Q. And then, you play enough games, it'll start making your rating. I'm probably much worse. I'm 0.85Q on 10-second play. I played a lot of games on Showdown on 10-minute and 10-second to get there. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I'm not sure why they do it. Maybe it's just because they can. It's more numbers. That's a great question, Foradun. I wonder too if the monthly has any weight in the pairing algorithm. That's a great question. There was someone, he might be listening now, so if you are, please feel free to chime in. But there was someone back in the old Silicon Valley, it was called the South Bay Shogi Club then, but basically a Silicon Valley Shogi Club member. We had a discussion about this at least once or twice, and I believe that he had made some sort of statement about the first part of the month being difficult because the ranks had reset. And so my feeling is that he seemed to think that monthly stuff had an effect on matchmaking. But, who's to say? I don't know. Like, I don't think I have noticed. I've been streaming now for 2 years, playing almost, not exclusively, but playing a lot on Shogi Wars. I don't seem to notice, maybe I'm not perceptive, but I don't seem to notice a difference at the beginning of the month versus the end of the month in terms of, like, difficulty of opponents. Oh, I dream of Shogi with I don't know if this is a hot take, but I like this take. It's saying that it's hard at the beginning of the month, not because of that, but because of that all these paying accounts get their Kishin for the month. Like, that's true. Every month I get 10 Kishin deposited into my account for being a super premium member. And I have like 300 some now, built up. But if you use those, that would make sense. Yeah, I've got well over 300 of these. I've started using them, to get the 5th win in the win streak event. The last win streak event, though, I don't think I even got 4 wins, so I never had a chance to use my Kishin. I just had an idea. What if Sato? She'll always be Satomi to me. What if Fukuma in her next game busts out Urashino Ryu? How about, wouldn't that be something? She busts out Urashino Ryu, wins the game, and later moves on to become a professional. To pass the exam on the back of Urashino Ryu. How amazing would that be? How vindicated would I feel? Yeah, exactly, DrLennon. Then I need to use it for the 4th win, so I could use it for the 5th win. I know. Believe me, it crossed my mind. It crossed my mind when I had my 3-win streak, and I was getting close to not having enough time to finish it. the idea crossed my mind. No, Fukuma is too stylish to bust out truck. All right. All right. Enough delays. Enough delays. So this pawn means something. This pawn means something here. I don't know what it means, but it means something. I'm going to guess that it'll be intended to be used for a gold. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think it will be a gold. How about... Okay, so I have found a way to make this gold here, to make this pawn meaningful. So the question now is, what if the king takes? The obvious question is, what if the king takes? So if the king takes, we drop a bishop here. All right, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. They're all tough. They're definitely all tough for me right now. Let's see. Oh no, the king would just take. King would just take. King would just take. All right, let's keep down this path. Let's keep down this path. That's not it. Yeah, I agree, Foradun. Yeah, this is mate in 5. It's pitiful how much I struggle with these mate in 5s. Although this is the 5th of 5. This is the 5th of 5 problem sets. So we're at the peak of the problem sets. Oops. Yeah, there's oh, well, no, that would be mate then. That would be mate. Or would it? Certainly wouldn't be mate in 5. Wait. That would be, yeah. So, yeah, so that would be. So that would be mate. So well, what about this? Oh, that would also not be. Yes, that would be mate. That would be mate because this is still mate. So the rook takes. And I don't think that's it. Oh, the king can take the knight. The king can take the knight. Oh boy, that would be. That's the story checks out. That seems exactly how I would allow a king to run up the board. I always think I have this perfect web of surrounding, but there's always a piece that's just unprotected, like a pawn or a knight, that I then remember after he takes it. Boy, it's rough for me. There's got to be something here. I'm believing in this. I am believing in this. Gotta believe. I'm gonna do it. Okay. You know, it's we're taking too much time on this problem. The rook, if the rook comes back, it promotes. I don't know if that has any bearing on this, but the rook will promote if it ever moves. That would be mate. That would be mate, but the king can just take. You know, so the problem again is the king takes. And it nullifies the importance of this pawn. So that I think that cannot be it. So we know it's not bishop 2-2 promote. And I'm convinced that this pawn is here for a gold drop. So I don't think the first move is going to be a gold. Okay, so that would be mate. So the king has to take. King has to take. boy, oh boy. If the king takes... We drop a gold, the king takes the knight. We promote. King takes. Gold drop. King can just run. Oh boy. Let me iterate the moves again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, I'm 99% sure it cannot be gold. I'm 99% sure the first move cannot be gold because of this pawn. But all right, so let's keep this. Keep looking at these bishops. So the bishop again. Bishop here on 1-2. The king runs. King runs. We promote. King comes back. There. And that is mate. So that is mate, as I think I proved last time. But bishop takes, or dragon takes, rook takes and promotes. And then there's nothing. And there's just nothing. There's no way to stop. There's no way to stop this. So I don't think it can be that. If we do this, the king gets their running square. And it makes this useless. But this... Okay, hold on. The king takes. Knight takes. Or knight promotes. King can't take back because gold drop 2-4 is mate. King can't run forward because gold drop on 2-6 is mate. So again, rook takes. But that's just mate. That's just mate in 3. Okay. That's gotta be it. It's gotta be it. They didn't make it run down. But, alright, I like that one. That's a good one. Man, I am going through this tea like crazy today. Wow. This is one of these positions I could be staring at in Shogi Wars with 37 seconds remaining, and it's like, there has to be mate, and then I won't see it. Boy, a lot of options. 1, 2, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll ignore the promotion difference. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, they're a lot. They're a lot. 9, 10. We got 10. We got 10 candidates. 11. We got 11 candidates. You tried to solve this one today? You couldn't do it? Uh-oh. Hopefully this will just... Hopefully as sometimes happens, I'll just be struck with inspiration. It's a Tsume problem, so I'm gonna take with the bishop first. My first candidate is going to be taking with the bishop, and sacrifice the silver. There's so many silvers. Take. The king can just run. Can he? King runs. Come down. King runs. Silver. Takes. Takes. Down. Silver. And I'm letting the king run just all over the place. Oh, I am very excited for candidates. Now we're talking about excitement, Capybara. Now we're talking about... I am very excited for the candidates tournament. I love those types of events. It's just... It's a ball of just excitement and tension for, 2 weeks or however long it is. There's no breaks. Well, I think they do have 1 or 2 rest days, which I think they should get rid of. As the person who's not playing, I say they should get rid of the rest days. I guess that really shows how I feel about some of this stuff. Like, if I feel that in the candidates tournament, the rest days are bad, just imagine how I feel about these 6-month-long Shogi Pro exam processes. 6 months at least, I think. She qualified for it, ages ago. You're hoping for Caruana? I don't know who I'm hoping for this year. I think the streamer in me wants Hikaru to win. And the person who wants some sort of mini chaos wants Hikaru to win. I don't even know who else I'd cheer for. My favorite players are not in this year, so it's a tougher one. Abdusatarov is not in, right? Is Abdusatarov in? My thing with Caruana is I think he's at that point where he's almost insufferable a lot of times when he's speaking. I think if he became a world champion, I think he'd be completely insufferable. I think he would be unlistenable to if Caruana became world champion. Then I said this. I have been cheering for Caruana for the past few years, and that's it. Capybara, you nailed it. If Hikaru wins, that might bring Carlson back. It might. So this is why I wanted Hikaru to win last time. Exactly. That is exactly it. Yeah, Yloigh. My opinion is from listening to C-Squared. He's made a bunch of hot takes and things that I just don't like. My opinion on him has soured quite a bit from C-Squared. And I was a huge fan for the first large portion of C-Squared. I couldn't even put my finger on which episodes turned me a little against him. Not like I hate him or anything. I just don't like a lot of his takes, especially for non-chess takes. Yeah, Hikaru was in the candidates when Magnus said he'd only play if Alireza won. Yeah. But my feeling was if Hikaru won, that I think Magnus may have still played. So there are people. I like Gukesh. I think he's a nice young man, and he's a great player. And there are plenty of people. There are plenty of people who are in the candidates now who I would rather lose to Gukesh. Yeah, I like Gukesh. So you think it's Silver 3-5? Let's look at Silver 3-5. Silver 3-5. Obviously this is mate. So they have to take. The thing is, I'm not seeing this silver doesn't seem to be, I guess, defending this square. Actually, well, yeah, so then we would just take. Right? Wait, if silver 3-5, silver takes, then what's your plan? I think Yloigh, I think that is one of the problems with this candidate, is that I find there are very few people. If I had to complain about this candidates, there are very few people that I am cheering for. So unlike in previous years, there are many people that I would like to win. This year, I don't really think I want anyone to win, except for maybe Hikaru or Pragnananda. Let's look at the candidates. We'll go through the list here. This is not a good format. I want a photo. So here we go. This is not everybody. This is not everybody. This is not everybody. Is there a list? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. It's tough. You know, it's tough. So, Hikaru, I think, and Pragnananda I like. So I like both these guys. Blue Bomb... Blue Bomb and Sindarov and Yesipenko, as much as I like Yesipenko, these three, they don't feel even deserving to be in the candidates. And this is just my dumb takes. Again, this is just my dumb takes. I don't know anything. They don't really seem like they should be in the candidates. Wei is great, but world champion level, I don't know. And I think these two would just become completely insufferable if they win. If either of them become world champion, they would be absolutely and completely insufferable. So I can't cheer for them. We don't see or know enough about most of them to be familiar. They're not Hulso's names. That's true. That is true. Although Blue Bomb is not young, right? Blue Bomb is not young. Blue Bomb has been around for a while. I feel like I've known of Blue Bomb for a long time. You know, and I've definitely from from a few years ago, I think maybe watching Speed Chess or maybe watching some of those online events, I really liked Yesipenko. But, like, is he even 2,700? I'm not seeing Yesipenko's name in here. So he's not even 2,700. I don't think Blue Bomb is 2,700 either, right? Blue Bomb is like a perennial mid 2,600s. I mean, I'd kill to be that, right? But I'm not seeing Blue Bomb either. So someone who's already what is he, 30, 33, 35? I don't know. I don't know. I might just be judging based on his hair. But like he seems like he's older and he's not 2,700. So it seems like a world champion is a tough stretch. Sindarov is up here, though, I think. Sindarov, I do think, he's young, but I think he's high. He's not that high, though. There he is, 17. Sindarov is 17. Which is, which is good, 27-35. That's up there, but it's, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I would have loved to have seen Abdusattorov in there. I really would have liked to see Abdusattorov in. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, Blue Bomb looks like he's streaking. It looks like he's found something, and that's awesome. But like, what would happen? It's bad enough. There was enough sort of complaints when Gukesh won the world championship. What if someone who's 2650 becomes the world champion? What does that even mean? Is that good? Would that literally end the world championship? Like, would they just... Would the chess professional world just implode on itself? Yeah, Duda is a stronger player than most of these people, it seems. Yeah, Vincent Keimer he's young also. But he's in here. He's absolutely in here. He's got to be top 20 in the world, right? He's number 4 in the world. Yeah, and he's not in the event. Wow, look at this. Look at this delta. What this? So he's 2763, and he has recently lost 12, almost 13 points. Yeah, I would have liked to see him too. Definitely. I would have liked to see Keimer, Abdusattorov, Aragaisi. I'm done. I'm done with the Fallujah stuff, so I don't need to see him anymore. I think Wei Yi would be good. Obviously, he's 9th place. I think we'd get into another situation where the title just becomes sort of boring. Although he's gonna play. He's gonna play. He won't just take the title and run. I think Prague would be good. Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting, but it's going to be... I wonder how much... It feels like the chess world is going to be playing on this, on Hikaru. This is what is going to make this tournament exciting. No, I dream of Shogi. No. It would not be hilarious. It would be terrible. It would be terrible. No, I can't agree. It would be, if Hans was in there, it would have been, oh my gosh. It would have been just miserable. It would have been miserable. Oh gosh. For me, that's the big saving grace this year, is that he's not in this. Yeah. No, I can think of the memes. I think I would be out. I would be completely out of... If that happened, I would be out of chess. I wouldn't watch. I would wait for the news and just pray that he's lost. Basically like how it is in every tournament he's in. But yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Yeah. Yeah, so the only so of this, the only two I'm really I'd be happy to see get into the title match are Prague and Nakamura, and it's Nakamura by a long shot. And of the others, I think the only two that I'd rather see as world champion are Sindarov and Nakamura. If that makes any sense. So if Giri or Caruana wins the event, I'll be cheering for Gukesh. If Nakamura or Sindarov win, I'll be cheering for Nakamura or Sindarov. Anyway, it'll be interesting. It will definitely be interesting. Yeah, I agree with you, Capybara. That seems to be... Not that I really care what FIDE wants, but I think you're probably right on that. Probably. Oh, so Yloigh, you're a Gukesh fan. You want him to defend versus whoever. Yeah. I wouldn't mind against anyone. Gukesh. So the only two that I would sort of maybe be cheering for against Gukesh are Nakamura and Sindarov. But even then, if Gukesh wins, I'd be more than happy. I do wish he was higher up the ranks. I do wish that Gukesh maintained top 5. You know, the world champ shouldn't be 12th in the world. Not in chess. But, you know, it is what it is. It's tough. Yeah, Capybara, exactly. Yeah, we don't want a player who doesn't play. Like, if Ding would have kept playing, it would have been amazing. Wait, Ding is no longer 2,700? Wait, what? I can't believe he's even played enough to demote. Am I missing something? Oh, he's marked as inactive. But Vishayanan is here. Oh, he played a classical? Wait, when's the last time Vishayanan played classical? Why is he... Maybe the AI knows. Why is Anand active and Ding inactive in chess? Okay, this is just... This is not... Weird. Mamedyarov is around the 20s? Is he? I would have liked to see Mamedyarov in there. There he is. Alright. I need to take a bio break and get more tea. I'll be right back. I'll put this up. I'll clear the arrows so we can solve this. There we go. Alright, back. Oh, we just got a raid! Wow! From Smoglet? Yes, from Smoglet! Hello! Hello, everybody! Sorry about that, konnichiwa. Was just on a little bit of a break there. Johto Star? Hello, welcome. And, yeah, thank you again for that raid. Wow. I'm doing Tsumeshogi problems. As I generally have been doing lately on Thursdays and Fridays, so similar to Tsumego, they're mate problem. Well, not similar in that they're mate problems, but they're similar in that they're puzzles. I noticed Go Streamer Telegraph Go last night was let me do this. Let me do this. Is that... Let me see. So is there a difference here? Okay, so it feels like there's a difference between a Nightbot shout-out and an official Twitch shout-out. I don't know what the difference is. But anyway, and like I got a notice later on the other day that someone had given me a shout-out. But anyway, yeah, Telegraph Go was streaming like 1,000. I think he doing 1,000 single-digit queue problems, Tsume Go, or just problems yesterday? Wait, Smoglet was last playing Mahjong. Playing Mahjong Soul. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Go world is in shambles. What's going on? That seems like something he'd not mind doing. I am here doing these. I have done 1, 2, 3, 4. I've only done 5 problems in 2 hours and 8 minutes. This is a relatively hard problem set, especially for me. But I'm on my 6th problem after 2 hours and 8 minutes. Like, just talking takes up so much time. I don't know how you could possibly do 1,000 puzzles. Rye, you feel lonely in the YouTube chat? You might have to switch sides and join Twitch chat one of these days. Well, I try. So one of the things, I try my best to respond to both in the same amount of time. I know that there is a bit of a lag with YouTube chat, where I think it's at least 2 or 3 seconds. My major problem here is that often the YouTube chat integration breaks in my little widget, so I have to unless someone like usually someone will tell me YouTube chat is not showing up, and then I'll restart it and they'll start showing up again. But like, I have no sense of that just staring at my management panels. It's really unfortunate because I don't have a sense of YouTube chat being broken or not broken. Yeah, these are mate and 5. Mate and 5, which, if you're familiar with chess, this would be a mate and 9. Essentially, it's... oh, no, wait, no, this would be a mate and 3 in chess. Because it's... I make 3 moves. It's a mate and 5, but it's 5 moves total. And these are, at least for me anyway, deceptively difficult. So I'm gonna make Capybara's move. Capybara was right. And so I wanted to make this work. You clearly king can't take because this. So I take, king runs. Boy. Wow. 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 That's a tough one. I think I would never see this in a game. No, I do not play the opponent's move also. So the system makes their move. So it's 5 moves in total. 1 for me, 1 for them. 1 for me, 1 for them, 1 for me. chess would call this a mate in 3. Okay, moving on to problem 45. Ooh, a lot of pieces on this board. No pieces in our hand. This rook does not promote if we go to 3-5. But there is the there is the diagonal here. Oh, can I redo? Yes, yes. So we come up here to pull the silver. Yeah, this move, the horse takes can only be taken by the knight. Now that knight blocks the escape square. Well, I guess the escape square wasn't there anyway. Very strange problem. I think the in game, if I have no time on the clock, if I have very little time on the clock, this is the move I'm gonna make. So I'll look at this first. I already looked at another move, so it's not fair to call it first. But I will look at this. Rook takes 3 to promote. The king can't go here because this is watching. King can't take because the dragon is there. King can go here because that. So the only move is king runs, right? Because if they drop, so if we take and they drop a pawn, we just take here and it's mate. No, it's not mate. No, it's not mate. No, it's not mate. No, it's not mate, because now the king can take here. Because we're blocking our rook. And now they've left. And now they're out. Now they're out. So how about he runs and just pull back. Pull back with the dragon, and that's mate. That's just mate right there. Wait, so I'm missing something now. Now I'm missing something. Drop it, Uchi, right? Uchi. Well, I do this. It's not the run. It's the block that's the concerning one. It's the block that's the concerning one. And then if I take, he runs here, and he's out. So what if I come down here? I check. Double check. King has to go up. Ooh. That 5-3 square is really tough. Oh, Koshiro. Oh, if I take this knight takes 2-3. Okay, that's even better. Okay. All right. So let's no, if I move rook 4-4, the king I think can just take, and they still have this square to run from. I've got to iterate through the checks. So the checks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so I don't think it's these horse moves. And now he's off to the races. And again, he's off to the races. So I don't think it's that. We have nothing in our hand. And I think everything else is a rook move. So 3-3 promote. 3-3 promote. If knight or silver takes, dragon comes back, but the king can run out this way. Like, we can't give this up. If we do this, king takes. I just don't see, like, you know, we could check here, but the king is going to be able to come out there again. So this one again looks like the most positive. This is not check. So after the king goes to 4-4, rook takes 5-5 is not check. You could do a horse takes 5-5. But then the king can still just run. I think the king can still just run. Oh! One of the things I'm not looking is this. Okay, so I'm not sure about that now. So and I think that ends it. Let's see. So we come down. We force the king up to 4/4. And then we go back to 3/3. And promote. Silver takes. Silver takes. Horse 1/7. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Only move is 4/4 after 3/5. Then we promote on 3/3. Bishop is watching. Oops. And the bishop is watching this file, this diagonal. King can't run because the dragon is watching it. So the silver takes. The king is still on 4/4. We bring our horse up to 1/7. Okay, so that means king can't go to 5/3. King can't go to 4/3 because of the token. Silver's blocking this anyway. This is owned by the pawn and the diagonal, and this diagonal has that. So that's it. I think that's it. Wow. Wow. I like that's a. I mean, it's a full board. I kind of like it. Kind of like it. And nothing can block. Tricky. Tricky. Oh boy. We got a Tower of Power here. Tower of Power. This is problem 46. Yeah, some of these are pretty cool. So we have 3 golds in hand. So by the rules set down by the Tsumeshogi consortium over time, that means we have to use them all. So a mate in 5, we have 3 moves. That means every single move has to be a drop of a gold. So I think that means we're going to have to leave this knight here. Shogi Holmes. When all oh my gosh, what is the quote? It's one of my favorite Holmes quotes. I'm a huge Sherlock Holmes fan. My wife and I are both big Sherlock Holmes fans. Actually, on the way to and from the Sunday Shogi Club, like I've said before, it's about an hour drive for us to get to the Shogi Club on Sunday. And about an hour to get there, about an hour 15 to get back. And lately we've been listening to Sherlock Holmes on audiobook as read by Sir Derek Jacobi. And yeah, but what is it that when all possibilities are removed, you're left with the truth? What is the Sherlock Holmes quote? Let's see. Sherlock Holmes quote, left with the truth. All... When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. There it is. There it is. Little bit of tidbit of history on the sign of 4. The thing is, they changed the name of this book at some point because it's actually the sign of the 4. It's the sign of the 4, but they changed the title, or he changed the title, or the publisher changed the title. Anyway. It's not the sign of, it's the 4. How about we pull the rook forward? Yeah, the silver can't take because this would be mate. Wait, would it? Yes, gold and then gold. Hold on now. Tricky. Boy. So I'm going to go through these motions here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only have 5 possible starting moves. By the rules of Tsumeshogi. Yes, this promoted piece is a dragon. So this is a promoted rook. This is the rook. And because we have 3 in hand, we know that every move has to be a drop. So that sort of limits the meta. The meta of Tsumeshogi limits our starting points. Drop a gold. If the bishop takes, or if the silver takes, we drop a gold. The bishop takes. No, that's not it. Boy, this one is very difficult. Boy. This one is it's playing with my mind. It's like really causing my mind to flutter. Then we would do this. Okay. Okay. So I think that's it. I think that's it. It's going to be this side. So if we drop the gold on 1-4, king can't take because the knight is blocking it. King can't run. So if the rook takes, we drop the rook on the bottom on 2-1. King can only go to 1-3, and then we drop the gold on 2-3 to trap it in. So there's that. If we drop it here and the silver takes, now we drop the gold on the other side. We remove the defender of, and then the king goes to 1-3. But now the silver's defending this square. Boy, 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 boy. Boy, 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 boy. Wow. Okay, so I don't see a way. Wow, that's tricky. So if we drop it and then the silver takes, is there any other good check? Just to close off 1-3. I don't think so. All right, well, how about if we drop it, yeah, if we drop it on 3-3, bishop takes, and then I don't see anything else. We drop on 1-3. Wait, so if we drop on 1-3 and the bishop takes, drop on 3-3, king goes down, and we drop on 2-3. So that would be mate. If the rook takes, gold drop would just be mate. So the king takes. Boy, it doesn't seem to do it either. So how about this? Takes. Well, then I take. That I mean, that would be mate. So gold. If bishop takes. No, if the king runs, it's mate just by taking. So what's the longer path? So we drop the gold, bishop takes. Drop the gold. No. Oof. Boy. Yeah, my brain is absolutely hurting from this one. This one is so deceptively difficult because there are only 5 moves. There are only 5 moves that we can start with. The problem with 1-4 was that the silver takes, I drop the gold here, king runs to 1-3, and I can no longer drop a gold because the silver's defending it. The silver that took on 1-4 is the silver that's going to take on 2-3. At least that's what I'm seeing. And then oh boy. How is this so difficult? How am I not seeing it? These are the ones that make me feel stupid. Does Tsumeshogi always assume that the opponent can drop any piece? I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question. You definitely find problems where the opponent does not have every piece in hand, but I believe proper Tsumeshogi, the opponent has every piece in hand that you don't have, and every piece in your hand you have to drop. Tsumeshogi, oh, Koshiro saying Tsumeshogi meta is to sack, add infinitum, and mate. Exactly. Storm Papa, hello? Which one's the king? Sorry for being so slow. I didn't actually see your username pop up. Yeah, the big piece with this like crossing pattern. So I'm just gonna make a move. I'm gonna make moves. It's gotta be one of these. And I said, you know, if this happens, then the rook takes, and then that's not it, because the king can go over here. Ooh, hold on. Oh, we drop on 1-3. If rook takes, we get the gold on 2-2. If the bishop takes, we get the rook on 1-4, or the gold on 1-4. If the king takes, we also drop the gold on 1-4. Wow. Oh, that's cool. That is a really cool problem. That is a really cool problem. Oh, man. All right, so let's go back on that one. Pull the silver away. Yeah, this is... I was trying to make this work. But no, we pull the king away, or the rook. Pull whichever piece. Either get the king or the bishop to block the rook so we could drop on 1-4, or get the rook to take so we can drop on 2-2. Very, very cool problem. I think that's one of my favorites. I think that's one of my favorites of this problem collection. There is no king on my side, so it's assumed that my king will be mated on the next move. So every single move that I make has to be either check or mate. You just converted another Lichess player over to Shogi. Nice. You could say you're doing God's work. You definitely could. Danny Boy to first on. Hello. If you do a Shogi problem, they'll have you in Tsume as well. Yeah. Though Shogi is more flexible with their rules. You don't have to use all the pieces in your hand. The Lee Shogi ones are typically real board positions. They have these kinds of composed problems, but they also have real life problems. Lee Shogi does. And I tend to like that a lot. So if we go to apologies for my scene will not, my Shogi scene here will not look perfect. But if we do a puzzle and we do a Tsume, so here is like this. In this case, I'm not sure if it is mate. Yeah, it probably is mate for them. It's probably mate for them. Yeah, they have a knight and a bishop and golds. But they don't have well, in this case they do have all the remaining pieces. In this case they do, because the pieces are on the board. But yeah, these are good. These are good. But they're not always like this. I'm not going to do this because I don't want to risk my pristine rating. Let's see. I am a 2469. Nice. Is my Shogi rating. Or my puzzle rating on Lee Shogi. Yeah, that's a fair statement there, Danny Boy the First On. You think that that Play Shogi has higher quality problems, but Lee Shogi's interface is preferred. That's fair. Although I do think Lee Shogi's Tsume problems are pretty good too. Okay, problem 47. We're on problem 47 here. And we have a pawn in hand. If you could mate with a pawn drop, we could mate with a pawn drop, which means, I think, that we need to get rid of this rook. We need to somehow get rid of this rook. Oh, thank you, Koshiro. Thank you. Got this horse. So I think we have a limited number of checks here. We have this, which clearly won't work. We have this, and this. So we only have we really have 4 moves. We have four possible first moves. No, we don't. We have 5. We have 5. We have 5. We have 6 possible first moves. 5 that seem possible. Like this one is just wasting my silver. So this one I don't think is likely, but yeah, king takes, and then there's no way to really stop anything. So we come over to 2-4. If we come over to 2-4, if the king takes, horse 2-3, king 1-5, and we're back to the same sort of problem here, where the pawn drop could be mate, but we can't make it. So, but this. And he runs. And I think that's the end of that. Yeah, I don't think that's it either. All right, so let's abandon these 2, which means we have 3 more. And now we're stuck. No, no, this would be mate. This would be mate. Wait, no. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because that's not check. Wait, no. No, that's not check. So if we came here, Lance takes, there's no good way for us to do a check. Oh, yes, there is. Yes, there is. Pawn drop. Pawn drop on 1-6 forces the king to 2-5, to 2-4. And then horse to 2-3 is mate. So that is if the lance takes. That's if the lance takes. If the dragon takes, it's pawn again. Or it's not. Yeah, it is. And then king comes up. And then the dragon is defending 2-3, so that's not going to be mate. So that's not it. I think if we come up here, if the lance takes, we have the pawn drop mate. We have the pawn drop, king up, this. But if they block, if they block here, if they block here, then we cannot mate because the dragon is watching that square, because that you can't drop the mate. So I think by process of elimination, as Holmes said, wait, what did Holmes say? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So I am not even going to... I am going to trust Sherlock Holmes. And so I'm going to just make the move. Because we know that everything else is impossible. But anyway, in all seriousness, though... I mean, that was serious, because and it did work. In all seriousness, no. Though, coming up here... they can no longer block. They can no longer block, because then we can drop the pawn. The king can go up, and then we mate. So, like, dragon, lance takes, pawn drop, king up, mate. Yep. And that's it. That is it. So that one I think was relatively easy. Didn't tell Marseille they're redoing Play Shogi. I think they're working on a mobile version. I thought they were working on a mobile app for... Maybe they started in last year or the year before, I thought. Lee Shogi analysis for you, Yloigh, sometimes crashes and won't load the imported Kifus when scrolling the moves too fast with mouse wheel. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I've seen the analysis crash before, but I've never seen that. I don't scroll through moves with mouse wheels, though. I disable... that, I think, is disableable. I disable that. Like, I disabled the scroll wheel stuff. Oh, technically, Next.js, which is that mobile... I think that's that mobile framework that works essentially across Android and iPhone. Yeah, being an Apple person, I'll say works in air quotes, just because, you know, we would poo-poo that kind of stuff. You know, it's like I think you have to if you work at Apple, you have to officially poo-poo all of that. Even if it does work great for many people. Make room for the king when it's a pawn drop mate. Yeah, make room so that the king can run to its death. So he can run to his death. Alright, moving on to 48. A lot of these vertical problems today, it feels like. A lot of these just sort of slivers of problem. Which I don't appreciate as much as maybe I should. I don't. They feel sort of too contrived to me. But maybe it's just a matter of getting the pattern into my head. So we've got a rook and we've got a gold. Can I sack anything here? Nah. No, because the king could just run. The king could just run. And the king could take as well. You say the middle board exercises are great to improve vision. That's what I tell myself. That's what I hope. I hope that my vision gets improved by these. I don't know what the biological or you know the neurological mechanism is such that it should improve vision. I don't know why it would, but I hope it does. Boy, this one is tough. This one is, I can already tell this one's, for me, this is tough. Can't drop here, king just takes. Drop a gold on 3-4. Drop a gold on 3-4. Silver takes. Drop a rook on 1-4. And then he's done. He's gone. He's gone. Right now? Yeah. This song is like a carnival song. I don't know about this song. This one's sounding a little bit too carnival-y to me. All right, so I think I like the feel of this. I think I like the feel of this one right here. So I do this. I drop the rook on 3-4. Silver has to take. And now the danger is 3-5. Also 3-3, because if I want to get this over. If I drop the gold here, king runs here, I do that, and the king is off there. And if I drop the rook on 3-4, silver takes, I drop the gold on 1-5, king runs to 3-5, and it's going to be very difficult to... It's going to be impossible to stop him from going to 4-5. and just immediate gold drop. Immediate gold drop on 1-5. King goes to 2-5, 3-5. We get this, but then the king can just run. So I gotta close off some of this. I've gotta somehow close this off. Can I drop a rook here? Drop a rook on 4-4. No. No, no, because the king can just run. Or can it? I think so. All right. All the checks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. All right. I think I'm about to be done with the rook moves. So rook 1-4, king runs. Gold drop, runs. Rook runs. Okay, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. This, I think, is... Yeah, I don't see how I can possibly wrap them up now. Oh, boy. You know, there's some of these problems when I start, and I feel like, boy, this is not going to be one that I'm going to solve. I don't want to get too down on myself on this, but, like, this one feels like it might be one of those. Like, if I... Assuming... Even ignoring rook, king takes, I think the king can just run here. And now we're well out of mate and 5 territory. All right, I gotta switch this song. I gotta switch this song. This is too long, and it's too repeated, and it sounds like a carnival song. Apologies to fans of that song. Oof. Borodun. Oof. 1 and 2. Shogi Wars. It's maybe they, you know, they knew that you were on the rank. They knew that you were on the verge of promoting. They wanted you to spend that Kishin. Surely you have some Kishin in your arsenal. They knew that, and they wanted you to use it. You know, I was thinking about this also this morning while I was walking, and essentially, I am now at the point on Shogi Wars where I think I have to play out of my mind to get even. So yesterday in the I was 4 wins and 3 losses. Looking back, I think I was playing out of my mind. Like I was playing at above my level. And that's not a comforting place to be, where I have to play well above my level just to basically break even. And, you know, I am putting a bit strong on there, so I'm to blame for some of it. But still, it's I'm not. It doesn't strike me with confidence. But maybe my playing Unleashed Shogi over the weekend helped my game on Monday. I wonder. You know, I played a bunch of games on Unleashed Shogi. Slower games. I think they were probably mostly 10-30-ish. You get all those quirky little... You get all these quirky variations on Unleashed Shogi. Like 20-10. Alright, I'm gonna make a move. And I'm gonna make another move. Just to prove out. Okay, so I thought I proved out that why these two were wrong. I just wanted to 100% prove them out, and now I've stumbled onto it. So I had said this silver takes, and then gold drop, king runs, horse, and he can get out this way. So rook 3-4, silver takes. So it can't be horse 1-3. So after rook 3-4, silver takes. It can't be horse 1-3 because the king can go to 3-3. It can't be horse 3-3 because the king will just take. Oh boy, bishop 1-4, promote. If king takes, gold drop 1-5 is mate. King goes... If king goes to 3-5, gold drop on 3-6 is mate. The horse is guarding 4-4. And the new horse on 1-4 is backing the gold. And the king can't go to 1-5 because of the pawn. Wow! Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. That's also a good problem. Number 49. Moving on to 49. Actually... On that note, I'm going to take another little break here. Quick little break. And be right back. All right, back. I am on the fourth brew of the same Ito N tea bag, green tea bag, which I think is probably 3 brews too many. Wait, I scared you? Wait, how did I scare you? Did I do something? Was I tapping? Oh, you unmuted. Oh man, you're in the chess mood. You are in the chess mood. When is candidates? Do you have candidates fever? Is that why? When is it? It is March 28th. Okay, so it's still a little away. Still 2 months away. Sorry. We got another wide open board here. Oh yeah, Tata Steel resumed after the break yesterday. Did Abdusatarov continue? Is he still up by a lot? Let's take a quick look over at Lichess. This is how I get my tournament news. Go to the broadcasts. Bluebaum beat Gukesh. Wow. Or Dogmas. Abdusatarov drew. He drew. Okay. Van Forest. Oh, beat Keimer. Wow. Wow. So it looks like... so that means Van Forest is now half a point behind? No. Yes. Yes. Yeah, wow. Wow. It's getting tight. It's getting very tight. It's getting very tight. I mean, this... Yeah. A lot of people in contention. How many more rounds? 13 rounds. Wow. So four more rounds. Yeah, it's anyone's tournament. All right, this one, I don't like this one. Everyone that has seen me stream Tsumeshogi can guess that I wasn't going to like this one. Try to use it to improve my visualization. Got a gold and a bishop in hand. So we drop the bishop. We drop the bishop. If the king goes over, dragon takes. That's mate. So bishop drop. They block with a pawn. Take. King goes underneath. Takes, I get the gold, but if he drops a gold... So let's clear this out again. So bishop 5-7, pawn drop 4-8. Bishop takes. King can't run again because of this. So bishop takes, King 4-9. Dragon. Then they block with a gold. That's not it. So let's keep looking. Bishop, pawn, take, run. Can I drop the gold here? No. No, because after a take, I can't get the rook to check fast enough. Oh, but we will have this discovered attack. So hold on. Bishop takes back. Can't. Boy. Okay. Getting frustrated by that. Feels like that should work, but it's not. And I'm not using the gold, so I have to be able to use the gold. Oh, how about this? Just gold drop. Gold drop is going to be it. Gold drop. If the king runs, it's the same mate. There. So gold drop. Silver takes. Bishop drop. King runs. And then we get the mate. All right. Easy peasy. Oops, I misclicked it. What? Wait, what? False. There is mate. False. False. Takes and bishop drops. King runs and there's mate. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, silver promotes because it's in... Oh. Oh, these bottom of the board problems. These bottom of the board problems. I tell you. I tell you, these bottom of the board problems, they are the bottom of the barrel. These bottom of the board problems. Alright. Then I'm going to put it here. So take that, problem. Take that. Take that. I'm already mad. I'm really mad. Takes. Wait, so it's neither of these. So it must be this. It must be one of these. The final... Wait, that was the final one. That was the only one that remained. Ah, okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. It's been a long one. All right, good, good, good. We got one up top. Up top. Up top. Oh, nice. Nice. You're 78,782nd. What is the percentage? What is the percentage and what is that rating? You like, is that 1,500? What is 78,000 on Lee Chess? Actually, I would think Lee Chess would be some top 78,000 is probably like in the 1,300s. Maybe even less. $1,673. Wow. Wow. Lee Chess has a lot of players. Goodness. Impressive. Koshiro, do you have any online chess accounts? Koshiro is a chess savant by virtue of being incredible at shogi. Oh, I missed saying hi hours ago to VMD Ayaka. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. If you are there, I am so sorry. You might have on chess.com. So I'm thinking of this and this right now. So both of these are, but I'm also looking at this. So pawn drop, king runs. And I think that's it. Like if I drop my rook, takes, and there's nothing from there. So if we do this, we're not going to be using that pawn, I think. So how about this? So he can't take with the rook, with the king. So rook drop 1-4, he cannot take with the king because it's an immediate mate. Excuse me. So that means pawn takes. We drop the pawn, force the king up, and then get the bishop drop. All right. Boom. Boom. There we go. All right. Problem 51. Ooh, I like this. I like this. This feels extremely practical. But this seems like a Tsume problem. This seems very much like a Tsume problem. Drop the gold, drop the rook. Obviously he can't take because gold. So he's got to run. And that's it. So he can't do that. So the king's out. That's it. Wow. This, yeah, to my eyes here, I like this. Oh, that's 74.3 percentile. Nice. Nice, nice. That's a good rating. Do you have a sense, like, do you play on chess.com? Is that 1400 chess.com? 1400s? Makes sense. Okay. Hi, Atari. You want to come on your... Come on stream, Atari. Come on. Come on, good girl. Yeah, come on. Don't just stare at me from over there. Well, I've got to iterate them. 1, 2, and I'll just use this as the third. Well, 3, and then I'll use this as the other. None of these are looking... Dude, the only thing that popped out at me was this. All these others seem... Okay, here she's coming. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. How you doing, Atari? Show everyone how you can jump? Is it blurry? Show your jumping skills. Can't tell if it's blurry. Let me see here. Jump, Atari, jump. Wow. Good girl, yes. Good girl. You gonna look outside? Check out what's going on out there? Yeah, check it out. Check it out. Yes. Yeah. Good girl. Yes. All right, Atari. All right. She's just relaxing now. Now relaxing. Relaxing and watching the stream. Good girl. All right. Good Atari. Good girl. All right, this one's a hard one though. This is a hard problem. She's doing a bit of her loaf. The where is it? How do I get over here? Struggling with this Twitch UI here. Come on. My window is hung. Weird. Oh wow. Yeah, my window is... What is going on? Is my machine closed? I can't chat. I I literally can't chat on Twitch. There we go. Yeah, this is not good. Boy, this I feel like on this one I'm just going to be kicking myself. But I'm like there's got to be something, but it just doesn't seem like, it doesn't feel to me like I have enough pieces. Like the board is so wide open. Why is that bishop up in the top? Let me eliminate moves. Not gonna work. Just takes. I think I eliminated this because the king can run here. So I don't think it's those two. I don't think it's this. Wait, why wouldn't I think that? Oh, this is not protected. Okay. So I was, in my mind, for some reason, I was thinking that this is covered by the knight. Okay, alright. So completely different problem now. Completely different problem. I was saying that this square was protected. I don't know why I was, but I was. I see. So this bishop is here so that we can't do this. So that's not it. How about dropping the gold? That ends that. So I think those are out of the picture. Boy, but we just don't have too many other options. Well, yeah, I guess that, yeah. All right. So I think I overthought myself on this one, or I misread or something. If the king runs forward, gold drop is just mate. So if the king goes up here, so I think that's not it. Hold on. Rook 1-5. Ah, Rook 1-5. If the king goes to 2-2, then it's just rook 1-2. Okay. So this will be it. 1-5. I think any of no, not any of these work. It has to be 1-5 so that it could protect the gold on 2-5. So if they block, it's just gold on 2-3. If the king runs to 2-4, it's gold 2-5. If the king runs to 2-2, dragon rook 1-2 promote, king 3-1, gold drop 3-2. Or if the king takes, of course, 2-3 gold. All right. I made that one way more difficult than it needed to be. 52. This is the final problem. This is the final problem of this problem set and of the mate in 5. So we've done on stream here Tsume in 5, all 5 collections of them. So 1 of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 of 5. Hello, Gaku. Is it Gaku Shogi? Is that it again? Let me. Is it? It's Gaku Shogi. Gaku Shogi, I think. Oraku Gaku. Oh, 5 V/V takes you back to PTSD land of music theory in freshman year. Nice. Alright, so we're at problem 52. This is the last one of this set. There's a lot here. A lot of knights. My eyes are blurring. They're like looking at all the pieces and just blurring in and out. Alright, just a little brief Atari check. She's still there. She's still there. This is the longest she's stayed there, I think, on while the stream has been going on in a while. Atari, what are you doing? All right. Apologies there. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Interesting. Oh, wait. So what if I do this? It's this. Right? And then I would come down and take. And that's not it. Wait, so cannot block because this would be mate. So knight takes. No. Okay, before I start iterating through them, this is my last intuition move now. So knight takes. Or knight promotes on 1-2. King takes. Rook slides over. No. Knight takes. Okay, so what are our moves? 1, 2, 3. So I've already looked at them all. That's all there are. That is all that. So this should be an easy problem. This should be a very easy problem because it's essentially a mate in 3 because there are only 3. There are only 3 first moves. So this should be easy. It should be easy. Oops, 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 oops. Sorry, I accidentally clicked the timer. Let's go back here. Hopefully this is it. Let me get rid of this. Reload the page to get rid of the timer off the page. All right, we're back. You watched the Shogi House Tsume video. You liked it a lot? Yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah, a couple days ago or yesterday. You find cementing the problem in your mind at the end allows the pattern to get ingrained. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good video. I don't know if I 100% agree with everything, but yeah, it's a very good video. If you've been watching my Tsumeshogi streams, I think the last 2 problems in that video were mild shots at me because they were two problems that I solved on stream that I didn't like. I think I was criticizing the problem itself, the problems. So, Rook 1-5. Oh no, if I Dream of Shogi likes this problem, that means it's a tough one. Oh gosh. So maybe it's not as easy as I thought. Like, there are only 3 first moves. There are only 3 first moves, so it should be easy. Rook 1-5. Only move is take. Bishop takes. Or knight takes. Knight 3-2 promote, exposing the check. No. You know, I want this knight to stay here blocking the king's escape. Because if we do this, the king can run out there. Alright. Bishop again. Bishop 1-2 again. And not bishop. I get at the end of all these problems, I can't even say the names of the pieces. So Keima 1-2. King takes. Well, now I can't do rook 1-5. I still can, because it's still this still takes. It doesn't expose the check. Yeah, well, I know the pieces. The names elude me. The names elude me. Rook 1-5. All right, I've already exhausted Rook 1-5 for now. Yes, yeah, it's TzionCannon. Exactly. Oh, there's another move. There is another move. Move number 4. A wild move appears. It's not just 1, 2, and 3. A wild 4th move appears. 1. If the king runs, it's mate with dragon 1-2. So the king can't run. With dragon 1-2, dragon 1-2, king takes. Actually, hold on. No. So take. Boy, this is tricky. It's tricky. Let me follow one variation at a time. Let me mate in every variation that I can find. Okay, so dragon takes 2-2. King goes to 1-4. Dragon 1-2. Well, then I could drop the knight. I'll drop the whole board on here. So I could drop the knight. I could drop the knight here. Yeah, so that is mate if the king goes to 1-4. If the king takes 1, 2, 3 is mate. So the only option then is for the king to take the knight onto 4. Get the double check. So king can't go back up here because it's mate. King can go to... Well, he can't go back here because it's check anyway with the bishop. Wait, so... Wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a mate in 7. Oh, the bishop can take here. The bishop can take here. That's fine. No, it's not. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. Is there another hidden first move? Is there another hidden first check that I'm just missing? All right, so 1, my first idea, take. And the king is out. And the king's out. King is out. King is out. No hints yet. No, not just yet. Not just yet. Because I refuse to believe that this one is hard. I refuse to believe that this one is hard. There are not enough options. There are not enough first moves. I have to be able to see. I have to be able to calculate these. My brain should be able to brute force one of these very easily. It should be able to. I'm getting frustrated. 1, 2. Can't go here. This one almost has me squirming in my seat. I'm so uncomfortable here that this is so difficult for me. All right, I'm giving up on this rook. I'm giving up on this one. No, no. Man, I can't even do this because this knight can take. I'm not even convinced that this is mate, or that he can just run. There's got to be a way to make this expose. All right, I'll take a hint. I will take a hint. I'll wuss out on the final problem of the set. I will take a hint. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4 possible moves. Yeah, if I take the knight off the board, that's what I'm trying to do, is that if I take the knight off the board, if the knight's gone, it's just mate here. But the king has to stay on 1-3. The king has to stay on 1-3. And I've got to make the knight move with a check. The check has to happen. So like, if I do this, he opens his escape square. Is there any other way to check this king on 1-2? If I check it with the rook, it's going to be lost. Oh, wow. 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 Oh, man. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh, I would feel like an absolute king I would feel like a genius if I did that in a game. I would retire from Shogi if I made this mate in a game. I'll retire. I'll retire. Because it's not getting any better. If I make this mate in a game, it's not getting any better. Even as I'm doing it for the second time, I'm not believing it. Hey, setting bros. Yeah. Goodness gracious. And that ends it. That is problem 52. That ends the Play Shogi collection. The Play Shogi Tsume and 5 of 5. So as far as Tsumeshogi problems go, like for doing them on stream, I'm not sure what I would do now, like in the future. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would go to Shogi again. I don't know, but I mean, I could always do these again because I'm sure, like if I start at problem 1 again here, I bet I wouldn't be able to do it. So we'll take this. This is an experiment. This is problem 1 of this same set that I just completed. Let's see. Do I know what it is? Do I know the answer? I don't think I do know the answer. That's not it. That's not going to be it. So I'm definitely not doing it quickly. I feel like I want to jam this in here. Huh. Hey, Jack-o'-lantern, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm proving to myself that I learned nothing from doing all these Tsume and 5 problems, and I seem to be proving it pretty well. I finished all 5 of these Tsume and 5 problem sets, and so I'm going back to problem 1 of 5 of 5. And yeah, it'd be a real fun race. Real fun race. I'd be on the first problem and you'd be done. You'd be done with them all. I'd be done with the first problem and you would be done with them all. No, I would still be doing the first problem and you would be done with them all. Why is my brain not remembering this? Why is it not remembering this? Like this pattern, it should be in my head. It should have ingrained itself because it's not. It's a weird thing. You know, I keep thinking about this, but this is not it. You think most of them take you 6 to 7 minutes for the whole problem set. I'm going on 6 or 7 minutes for the first problem. And I already did this first problem a couple weeks ago. And I just don't have enough. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. Ah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Silver. Silver 2-3. Silver takes. Gold 3-3. Knight takes. And then we get the usual mate run pattern. Okay. Took way too long. Way too long. Wait, I'm going to show you say, what might be a better way to study Tsume is to actually always start your Tsume session from the start of the problem set. That way you redo all the problems you solved previously while it's fresh. Keep in mind though, I'm only doing 10 of, it's like, I'm doing like 10 of these per stream. I guess the idea is that, So I would do, like, if we play that out to its logical conclusion, let's say I start Thursday. Let's say I do a stream on Thursday, and I start Mate in 5, and I do 10 of them in 4 hours. Let's say I do 10 of them in 4 hours. And then Tuesday, I start it again, and I do 11 of them in 4 hours. I'm not sure if that's the most compelling... I'm not sure if that's the most compelling content. everyone is just sitting, is going to be sitting watching the stream going like, oh my god, this guy is so dumb. I mean, maybe that's fun too. Maybe that's fun. Maybe that's also fun. Goodness. Like the people who would enjoy that are the people who want to feel very superior about themselves. They'll be watching me and they'll just be like, "This guy's so dumb." I am not. Maybe I'm not so bad. Look at how dumb this guy is. Oh, hold on, Atari. We got Atari. We got. I'm not sure if this is going to come in. She is very. She is nicely sleeping there. Hopefully this isn't too non-blurry. She is very, very happy and sleepy there. I could also do the previous questions as the warm-up off stream. But then... but my off-stream warm-up would be like 3 hours then. And I like how you're saying should. I should get through the 10 I already did much faster in 4 hours. Should is doing a lot of work there. I agree with you, it should be, but I'm not sure if it would be. We can experiment with that. We can experiment. Her advice to you was to limit things to time rather than the number of problems. Meaning, Oh, yeah. I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing on these streams, Jack-o'-lantern. You know, I'm spending 4 hours doing these. And so 4 hours today, obviously there was a bit of chat today. There was just the slightest bit of chat today. But I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I did 14 in 4 hours and 11 minutes. I did 14 problems. Wait, no. 15 problems because I just redid problem 1. 15 problems in 4 hours and 12 minutes. That's pretty bad. I mean, there was admittedly some chat in there. We had some good topics. We had candidates talk. We had Fukuma talk. We had subscriber talk. There was a lot of good stuff. We talked a little bit about Go. It was a fun stream. But a lot of it was just me sitting here thinking hard and trying not to bore everyone to tears. Let's do problem 2. Let's see if this refreshes my brain. So problem 2. I don't need to race it. It feels very familiar. I'll say that. I will definitely say that. So if we drop the gold and the king comes up, this is not mate. That's not mate. You know, this guy is silver. And that's not mate. His user's advice was, for simple problems, don't think. Use your muscle memory. Yeah, definitely. Like these are beyond the point where I can use muscle memory. So that's sort of how I try to solve these. I try to go with my intuition to start, and that's sort of what I'm still doing. I'm going with my intuition, and then it starts getting into brute force, where I think it's a separate muscle. You know, the calculation muscle, I believe, is a different muscle than the sort of intuition pattern matching muscle. So I feel like I'm sort of seeing a pattern here, but I'm not quite seeing the pattern. I'm seeing a pattern, but not enough such that I can close it out. So I'm doing some calculation here. So I'm not iterating yet. Yeah, so I'm not trying to brute force it yet, but I'm getting there. I'm still going with my sort of the ideas that I've got for intuition. You know, this is not it, because you're the king, and then there's plenty of room. Like this is the one that has my intuition senses, like Spidey. This move has my Spidey senses tingling, but I'm not seeing what to do with it yet. You know, if this happens, obviously we get the one gap. Okay, I'm ready to give up on my intuition ideas. I'm ready to give up. You know, this is meaning something. This is meaning something. Just don't remember what it is. Seichan, if you want to solve Tsume fast, you need to memorize one Tsume as much as possible. Next, yes. Yeah. So I do a lot of 1 and 3. You know, I do a lot of 1 and 3. And I'm pretty fast at the, you know, as those get harder, some of them get slower, but I'm generally pretty decent at 1 and 3. So I mix and match. You know, I don't generally do mate in 3 on stream, because I don't know if that's at all interesting to watch. Like, I don't think it's so interesting to see me quickly solving, or relatively quickly solving things. I don't think. Like and plus it doesn't give as much time for talking. You think speedruns are quite entertaining? Boy, I don't know. I mean, some people like that, obviously. Like in Chess World, there's Ray Robson does that. There's some like the Puzzle Rush when there is that puzzle tournament, that championship. Like some of the chess streamers do it, and it's cool. But they're moving so fast, it's not even watchable. That won't be a problem for me. But, you know, the problem with the speedrun, if I was to do a timed speedrun, there'd be no chat, which would be rough. But the problem, I think the alternate problem is that with these mate and 5s that are taking me so long, you know, this is the 5 of 5 problem set. The other problem sets were not as bad as this. You know, I was able to go through them at a reasonable pace. The first four of the problem sets, I think I was able to go through at a reasonable pace. This 5th one has really been slow. Like, very slow for me. So, it's like, it's slow, so we start talking. And the more we talk, the less we're solving. And then it kind of spirals. But like the first problem sets, like especially the 1 of 5, 2 of 5, 3 of 5, I seem to remember those going by pretty decently. Like the pace was pretty good. I think. So this one is going to be a lot to brute force. There are a lot of first checks. Just don't think this is it. Yeah. I don't... That's not mate in 5. I think the king could just take. And that ends that. Same with this. So I think all the rook moves, I think, are dead in the water. Which means it's got to be one of these. I think it's got to be one of these. Man, oh man. All right. Well, I'm just gonna make my intuition move. Okay, even though I couldn't read it. Like, they're all wrong. So it's possible. Wait. So no. That is not the. That is not. No. I think I complained about this problem at the beginning time. I think I complained about this one last time. That is not... Run is the hard problem. This is easy. You know, this is easy. Obviously. Like, that's obvious. This is the hard problem. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I bet you. I bet you if we go back and find this, I bet I complained about this problem. I bet I said almost the exact same thing. I bet I said... This is the easy solution. The hard one is this. And then as soon as I said it, I saw the gold drop. I'm going to go back later tonight. I'm going to go back and try to find this. I bet you I said the exact same thing. This maiden one is harder than that maiden one. Hey, Killer Ducky. Exactly. Well, this one, so the thing was, in my mind when I was trying to visualize it, I didn't see this mate. I didn't see this gold drop. So I thought that this was harder because I didn't see how to do it. But I mean, obviously, once it's on the board, it's easy to see. Or I mean, or for other people who have better visualization, it's easy to see. But for me, the problem wasn't this. Like, you know, this was easy. Like, this part was obvious. It was, okay, so what if he doesn't? What if he runs? Like, you know, in my visualization, the problem that I was trying to solve was run. It wasn't trying to solve this. I bet when I go back, it's going to be this. So usually the capture variation is the one that gets counted as cannon. So usually is, well, the thing is, you know, I don't like to make the move until I'm sure of all the variations. So, you know, cannon or not, I don't mind. Like, I do think some seem harder than others to me. And it seems like they often take the wrong one, although maybe that is because it's the capture variation. But like, let's do a third. Just this is the last one. This will be the last one that I'm reviewing here. So there's that. That's like 7, but... All right. Got it. Got it. Got it. I think the lance into death was, I want to say that was a Spidey sense tingling that I seem to remember that one. I want to say. Gilmar, exactly. So maybe that is progress. Maybe that is progress. Maybe I did remember that bit. I remembered the gimmick of this problem. Because it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago probably that I did this on stream. You just mean the easier one is usually used as the main line because captures. Although to be fair, for proper Tsumeshogi problem, should only have one possible solution. Wait, is that true? Wait, no, that can't be. That can't be. Right? It'd be really easy. If there was only one, if every move was completely forcing, that would be really easy, right? Tony Ennis, hello, welcome to the channel. It is a great game. It is a great game. So you say, yes, a proper shogi, Tsumeshogi has only one variation where there are no pieces in hand. It's the longest possible line and follows all other rules. Hon, yeah, so you wouldn't use the word proper. Hon Tsumeshogi. Hon Tsumeshogi. Is that it? All right, we got chat fight. Chat fight. That's finish him. Let's battle this one out on the board. Battle this one out on the board. 81 Dojo, 1560. Get in there. Do you recall that Avalon Hill had an Americanized version of Shogi back in the 70s? I don't know what Avalon Hill is. Mako, yeah. It's like a cat fight, but in French. So I'm not sure what Avalon Hill is. Is that like a toy company? There was that samurai game, right? Yeah. There was a samurai game. I think it was called... Was it called Samurai or was it called Shogun? Let's see. Let's dig into the internet here. Shogi-like game from the 70s. Shogun Samurai. I'll just put all these. Senjutsu. No. Shogun. Shogun by Epic Playthings. Let's see. I mean, this is the AI overview. So this might not be it. Shogun. Where's at board games? Here we go. Here we go. At Board Game Geek. Okay, so this is not Shogi. This is not Shogi. Let's see. Avalon Hill. Avalon Hill Shogi game. They did not release a standard or widely known version of Japanese. Okay. The video game Shogun had a Shogi minigame in it. Alright, what is the best Shogi minigame? It's gotta be Yakuza, right? It's gotta be Yakuza. I don't know if there's even any debate about that. You seem to recall pieces that were more saucer-like, with the moves molded into the pieces. I should do a Yakuza Let's Play and only do Shogi. Well, I mean, that's basically how I play the Yakuza series. I pretty much only play Shogi. I don't have a great way to stream the Switch or the Xbox or anything like that, because I had got one of those capture cards. It just didn't work. The audio was all messed up. So I returned it. With the audio was, because I'm using this Mac. I'm streaming from a Mac. Although I guess Steam has it, right? Steam has the Yakuza series. Yakuza 0 is the one that I think I liked the most. Yakuza 0, you go into a shogi club, sort of in the basement. Is there Yakuza? So here's Yakuza 0. Oh, it's no longer available on the Steam store. And it wouldn't play on Mac. So that's the problem. It wouldn't play on Mac, I'm sure. They don't show all these action shots. Hold on. All these action shots, and none of them are shogi. What's going on? They gotta show the diaper guys. Oh, they're not showing the diaper guys? The guys in the diapers? Wait, but that was also in Like a Dragon. Wait, that was also in Like a Dragon. Hold on. Let's look at Like a Dragon. Is this the one? No, this is not the one. This one. This is the Yakuza game that I played the most. Not Shogi. So I actually played pretty far. I didn't beat it, but I got pretty far in this. Yakuza 0, I basically just played Shogi in it. Alright, they've got to show the diaper guys. They got to. They absolutely have to. And they're not. And they're not. The shogi in this game is not as fun for me because you sort of just play on the street with a homeless shogi guy, I think, if I remember correctly. But in Yakuza 0, you go into an actual shogi club where there's tables set up with table boards, and there's the floor shogi boards as well, and there are the scrolls on the walls, like the Menjo type stuff. In Yakuza 0, it's really cool, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, Mako, we're done with 5 of 5. We are done with 5 of 5. You know, done. You know, I wouldn't say I've internalized these, and I certainly will have to go back and do them. But that's what so these past 3, the past 3 that I just did now, I started at the beginning of the 5 of 5 problem set, just to see if I had remembered anything. And, you know, it seemed sort of maybe like I sort of maybe remembered a little bit. But otherwise I'm just hopeless. So anyway, good times. I think that's probably going to do it for me today. And I'll be back tomorrow, probably Shogi Wars, I assume. And hopefully I can pick up where I left off yesterday. Yesterday's games were great. They like I said, I think it's kind of concerning that I have to play out of my mind at my very best to be able to break even these days on Shogi Wars, at least with a bit strong set. But maybe I will. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. We'll see. So thanks everybody. Good chatting with you all. And check out the podcast is coming out in 9 hours, a little over 9 hours, the next episode. And hopefully it's at least fun or mildly enjoyable. So thank you. Thank you, Smoglet, for the raid. And speaking of that, I am going to try to raid somebody. Let's see who I have here. And I will raid Midnight Sumo's replay of Sumo. It was an amazing Sumo year, but thanks amazing Sumo Basho recently. Thanks everybody. I will see you later. Take care. Bye. And I think I am still recording on YouTube. I think I might still be recording on Twitch because it hasn't yet started the raid. Oh no, he's offline. He's offline. So I'm still on Twitch, I guess. And anyway, I'll just say goodbye then. Bye.